Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the start of the week has begun well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of us. I start that in my lecturer's voice. To be honest, I don't even think about it. My voice just goes there. I don't know why. Like, at no point did I make a decision as to how. And the thing is, like, this is how I am across the board. Like, I almost never think about what I should sound like. It's one of the reasons I can't actually do voices. Even though you'll have heard me do voices, is I can't do it on demand. I don't know how my voices go where they go, where it goes. But yeah, I'm well aware that I start in a much deeper range, and that it probably carries further. But yeah, welcome to the stream, James. I hope you are doing well. This morning, being Tuesday, it is a read and corrects. For those who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I record these, so while it is happening, I will ignore the chat. Anything said during it will be addressed once I'm done. And to make sure I have time to do everything, I will start now by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the redux of chapter 31 of The Technician's Fight. Groudron pulled his arm out from under Jer and rolled over Tom to tap his tablet. Go, Alpha, the bridge beta said. You're needed on the bridge. On my way. Jer and Tom grumbled a half-awake protest as he extricated himself, then were curled against each other. He hurried to dress, leaving the apartment in the process of putting his vest on. He'd have preferred to shower. He had preferred to shower, but the beta wouldn't have bothered him if it wasn't important. Update, he said, entering the bridge. The beta seated him to center. The prey is still outside our claws somehow. Garguran was impressed. That's Alex and Jer, and both had expected their reactors to give out weeks before from the constant push to maximum, even with the respite it receives. But that is a but this isn't why I called you. The beta said, comms. Sound came over the bridge speaker. What is that? Words, clearly distorted, but words with a familiar cadence to them. Not... okay, I need to... clearly distorted, but with a familiar cadence. Not Calcirian. Lightspeed calm, the hunter at calm said. Distorted by distance. This is the best compensation I can work with. Not from the prey, then. No, but we are both heading towards it. It's becoming less distorted. The language is Earther. It sounds like a navigation buoy. Where are we? Within unclaimed territories, the beta said. Is this coming from Earther territory? Unknown, Comp replies. Until I have enough signal to work out how old the transmission is, I can't tell. The transmission is a little over 2 years old, Com said. The screen changed, showing the delineation between the Calcarians and Earther territory, with the unclaimed space between them. That places the origin, sensor said, typing roughly here. A blue dot appeared near the Earther line, inside the unclaimed territory. Include the uncertainty, the beta instructed. The circle widened, but still didn't touch. But remained completely within the unclaimed territories. Yeah, that'd be singular. How old is the map? Gregoran asked. As of our last docking, Com answered. A few months, then. There could have been changes in that time, but he'd have to contact the leadership to find out, and they'd want to know why, and he'd be forced to explain. They couldn't stop him, but not that he expected they would. This fell within the duties of the hunters of the line, but they might preemptively make demands of how he was to behave once he reached what was there. How long until we reach it? There were only a limited number of structures that would bother with navigation buoy. At current acceleration, around 7 days. The uncertainty of where it is, Alpha, comes. How far is the closest ship of the line? Based on last update, more than a month away. Too far to wait with lives in the balance. Comms. Extinguish the Bane's tag under the unknown environment clause of combat rule. Scan. Push sensor as far as they will go. The ship is to come to a stop as soon as an energy source large enough to be a station is detected. An Earther post within unclaimed territory can be anything. I don't want to find it's an assault post by being fired upon. Keep the ship outside expected scan range. The image was blurry, but there was no mistaking this was a station, even if the design didn't match any he'd seen before. What are the sensors giving us? Gagarin asked. A new image appeared. Colored dots from blue to red, with most in the purples, with the station closer to red. They were grouped tightly, with a few outliers. 23 energy source at the central point, with 4 in motion around it, 3 heading away, red shifting relative to us, 1 towards the central point. Our prey? Unknown. There has been no energy spike for the last 6 days. How likely is it that they use that time to change course? Okay, who the hell is talking here? The beta ask. The possibility exists, but even without actively slowing in the process, their relative velocity to us would decrease. They might have remained outside our sensor the whole chase, but they can't have been so far that any loss wouldn't have had them brush against it. Okay, this doesn't work. So, okay, so that's going to be Gargaron. And where would they go, the beta said, with shelter ahead of them, which would be the perfect time to head elsewhere. Warning the other hunters would be how he'd go, but he had no information on the ship. He wanted to warn the other hunters, the other ships. Ships of the line, but he had no information on the prey. What information do we have about those ships? 16 tags are broadcasting, comments. 13 of them flag as a known pirate ship. Halan? No, Alpha. None of the tags are Kelsarians, Terhornian, Kersotorans, Hidoshi, Dromian, and Shimbarian. The other 3 come up as merchant, one of which is Kelsarian. Dromar, Dorobal's wealth, no affiliation with corporations on file. Which means they could be a line we haven't come across before, the beta said. Or honest merchant taking advantage of an opportunity only they know about. Too many pirates for that, Alpha, the beta said. A black station still gets honest trade, Beta. Is there any way to know which of these ships is our prey? Not at this range, Alpha, Scan answered. How close would we have to be? The male looked at him. That would be a question for the engineer, Alpha. Only it was Alex's slip shift. It might be worth waking him and paying the price afterwards, although he tapped a name on his tablet. Jer, I need your antimatter reactor knowledge. Alex is sleeping, he added before his heart could point out the proper expert. All right, I'll do my best. The ship we've been hunting stopped pushing the reactor days ago and half docked at the station. Can you think of a way to identify it among the other ships? How close can you get? We can't. I can't think of anything from further than 100 meters away from the ship. I didn't know how we'd get them that close. What would that be? The way they've been pushing the reactor, it's damaged. They haven't blown up, so the antimatter containment is intact, but there's no way it's properly balanced after all this. The magnetic field is going to interact with the various particles in different ways that can be scanned for at short range. Close enough to smell them. Gagran said displeased. I'm going to flip it around. Close enough, they'll smell us. Gagran said with displeased. How long do I have to work out a way to get that close? However long it takes for the repairs to happen. What if they shut it down? Short of taking the antimatter core out of the reactor, you don't shut one down, and you don't take one of those out unless you are an expert. There aren't that many who are properly trained. Back home, I think only the largest trade stations have a technician with the training to do proper maintenance on reactors. Some of the largest corporations employ a few to look after their fleet. And I remember one vacation cruiser who made the fact that they had one on board at all time part of their pitch. Beyond that, most have to install a replacement. So there's no way to know how long until this scent vanishes completely. Yeah, sorry. This isn't your doing, Jer. Considered something. He didn't like it, but with all the information he had, it was the best decision. Jer, get some rest. You and your pack will be activated soon. The best course of action, Beta Zorfiel Frasgar Milan said, is for my pack to go along with Beta Thuric Milials. Oh, that's going to go over so well, the quartermaster said. 20 some of us leaving a shuttle on an Earther station. She ground her teeth. Why is he here? Because this is my kind of thing, he replied, cutting Galgran off. Be careful, quartermaster, he warned. Antagonizing the hunters who will be charged with keeping you safe is not a good plan. He kept the reply from... He saw the reply in the form in the smirk, but it was swallowed. The point, Beta, the quartermaster said, this is capitalized, it's his title, is this. We're going in as Alans. I'm going to have to decide if it's capitalized or not. I keep switching back and forth. Basically, Alan is their term for pirate. And we don't capitalize. Really? We don't capitalize pirates, as far as I'm aware. So it probably shouldn't be capitalized. With us on a shuttle, the only story that works is that me and my close siblings had enough of our mother's non-ending condescending. So we are setting out on our own. 10 will be tough to explain if the Earthers know enough about the Holon. 20 will never work. Then we go with your heart, she said. No, Beta Thurixelminial said. She tilted an ear in annoyance. You really think you know better than me how such a mission should go? No, Beta Zorfiel Frasgar Milan, but I know Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw. His packmate know him. That's plural. His packmates know him, know how he fights, how to fight alongside him. We have trained together. You have not. You could keep him safe, but he'd be a civilian under your protection, not a hunter on this hunt. I think his safety in the success of this mission should come before how you feel about his feeling, Beta. Enough, Gergeron said. Can I get a say? The quartermaster asked. Like you're going to care? She muttered. But the male waited for Gergeron's permission and pressed him. And that's why I'd rather have Thoroxelminial's pack. He doesn't care for me, but he's never been outright disdainful. With her, I'd have to worry she'd leave me behind, and I don't think you'd be in a position to swoop in and save me this time, Captain. I wouldn't. The look she gave Gergeron said she knew she trapped herself. This was why, when he could control the situation, he never let civilians on hunt. Beyond their lack of training, they added an element of potential discord hunters shouldn't fall victims to. But they were people as well as hunters. Beta Thurixelminial's pact is assigned to this hunt, Gergeron said. The quartermaster is assigned as a civilian expert. His skills are to be used as needed to ensure the hunt is successful and the hunters return victorious. He locked eyes with Zorfiel as she opened her muzzle to protest. Is that understood? Her ears plastered back. Yes, Alpha. Yes, Alpha, Beta Thurixelminial said. Yep, the quartermaster added. Quartermaster, remain. You two are dismissed. Get your pack ready, Beta. Yes, Alpha. He kept looking at the quartermaster well past the door closing behind the two betas. This would be male. The male had a few aborted attempt at saying something Gergeron was certain would not have helped the situation. I want to make something clear, quartermaster. If I had any other options, you wouldn't be on this hunt. You have done little over your time as part of my crew to convince me that you can be trusted to ensure my hunters return safely. The male didn't smirk. You're right. I haven't. Never had to. Never had to, and I never wanted to, he grinned. This little game I play with you is fun, he sobered. But you aren't trusting me with your hunter's safety. You're trusting me with your heart. Jeremy is a dear friend to me, even though I'm sure you can't see why he'd want to. And I intend to make sure and he and everyone with him return so I can continue getting him to shorten his name with me. Gregor nodded. You can leave. The male paused next to him and smirked. Oh, how are you going to reward me when I do bring them all back, along with everything they went there to get? Gregor growled, leave. How much trouble would that male get himself into in the few hours until everything was ready? Knowing Gagaran couldn't simply throw into a cell for it this time. How much trouble? You know what? That's gonna be its own paragraph. How much trouble would that male get himself in? How much trouble could that male get himself into in the few hours until everything was ready, knowing Gargaran, I don't need. Well, yeah. Gargaran couldn't simply throw him in a cell for this time. I don't need it in a cell this time. Alrighty. And this concludes the redux of chapter 31 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other books in it, it is on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. What am I doing here? That's the wrong format. That's the first thing. There we go. This says November 13, so that 15. Oh, right. I need this. Yeah, okay. looks, and it didn't fix the thing I was hoping it would. So okay. Done. Alrighty, so I'm going to start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 32 of the redux of chapter 32 of the Technician's Fight. The hangar was a definition of chaos to Jeremy, with Kelsarians in hunter armors moving about among personnel from repairs, maintenance, and a few other departments by the variation on the utility belt. His pack followed their beta through it, moving out of the way of someone hurrying or someone stepping out of theirs until they boarded the shuttle. Good, you're here. Xenia greeted them in the process of packing cases in storage. What are those? Jeremy's beta asked. This and that. Quartermaster. It's Xenial. Quartermaster, you are here to assist, not indulge in trade. Jimmy looked at his packmate, unsure what they were expected to do while this was resolved. Xenial leaned against the closed storage and looked them over. What do you think we're doing? The hunt is to board the station, and how are we doing that? Thur frowned. We are flying the shuttle to the station. As who? A pack of hunters on a mission to infiltrate and liberate, maybe? It's who we are and why. No, it isn't. We are boarding the station as Alan. As Alans. We broke off from our clan. They don't know that. They will when they ask me who they are. Then they're going to scan us. Do you know what's the most suspicious thing a Halan can do when approaching a station? Be honest. Zinnia laughed. Show up with nothing to trade. We're Alan. We will have left our clan with some of their things. That's what's in there. Don't worry, I inventoried it and forwarded a list to the captain, and nothing in there's vital to the ship or something that will identify the Bane. It's all the kind of stuff the Halan collect as part of their work. Steal. Janelle shrugged. I call it enforced trading. Although this time you can loosen that nice ass of yours. It's all taken with permission. Well, implied anyway. He pushed a crate at Thur. You're going to want to change. He opened it. I am not wearing this. Jimmy looked in, but all he made out of the fabric, plural fabrics, were colors. Green with splashes of purple, yellows and stripes of brown and red. Garish was the word that came to mind at the combinations. If you aren't wearing that, Daniel said, approaching with a bundle in hand, and you can't wear that, I guess you'll have to go in the fur. He handed the bundle to Jeremy. I printed that for you. I don't mind you a lot being naked for this. I'll even enjoy it, but I expect our host will have objections. The bundle revealed itself to be pants, a shirt, and a jacket, reminiscent of what he'd worn his first times on the Bane. Daniel looked out of the hatch. Hey, Toomer! You going to be talking all shift, or are you going to pilot this thing? When he turned away from the hatch, Zeniel found himself facing Thur. Jimmy wanted to get between them before things escalated, but he didn't know how. Thur was his beta. You would do well to remember I am the beta for this hunt, Quartermaster. And my job is to make sure it succeeds. That's what I'm doing, beta. I am setting things up so that when the Earthers check, everything they find supports that we are Alans of the Tal breaking away from our clan. Won't them finding hunter armors and weapons mess with that? Yamilk asked. Genial smirked. You might not believe this, Hunter, but not all hunts against the Halan and with your victory. Collecting those is something of a tradition among us. My mother puts them on display the way the banners are displayed in the gods' room. A few of them in storage just means we decided to take souvenirs of our own before breaking away, or maybe we earned them and weren't leaving them behind. I doubt they'll ask. But it might be good to have a story ready in case they do. The white and gray male standing in the hatch cleared his throat. How about you lot get out of my way before I kick you off my shuttle? Your shuttle? Jimmy asked before he could stop himself. The pilot is always the one at rank, Tom said, making this my shuttle. Did you request him? Thor demanded of Xenial. I don't think you realize how little the captain likes me. The only reason That is enough, Tom said. Beta, I want this little disagreement between you and Zenny buried so deep I can't smell it. Understood? Yes, pilot. Good. Now, everyone sit down while I see to our departure. Genial followed Tom into the cockpit while Jeremy sat on the closest seat. There were enough of them for 4 packs, with one set against the wall facing each other and 2 in the center, back to back. What do you think you're doing here? Tom asked. I'm here to make sure we can properly pass as Alan, Genial replied. I mean, what do you think you're doing in that seat, Zenny? You never know when I'll be called on to play the proper Alan. Tom laughed. Get out of my cockpit. You don't get to try to use that ass of yours to get me to go along with whatever plan you've concocted. I usually have more success by sucking you off, Tomer. Out of my cockpit! Or do I have to order the beta to pull you out? Jimmy saw the eagerness to do so on Thirst's face. I'm out, Daniel said, stepping out of it. You can go back to glowering, he told Thur. I know better than to anger the pilot. He dropped into his seat next to Jeremy. So, how about we pass the time by having some fun? We are being hailed, Tom called. Zenny, get in here. The male rolled off Grissneer and headed for the cockpit without dressing. The flight had been sufficiently uneventful to reach boring. You know what? Had been so uneventful to reach boring. Tom had moved them away from the Bane for a few hours, then aimed them at the station and accelerated as hard as the shuttle could take. It was still most of a day instead of the few hours the Bane would have taken, so Jeremy hadn't been the only one who needed something to do, even if, in this case, it was so he couldn't keep thinking about what was approaching. I don't quite like it, but I'll leave that for second draft. He stepped onto the cockpit as English sounded. Unidentified shuttle, this is the San Francisco Mercantile Station. Please identify yourself. The station was unimpressive. A disc with an uneven surface. We couldn't tell how many decks it had at this distance, and without knowing the size of the ships that were also too far to be, he couldn't tell how many decks. A disk with an uneven surface. He couldn't tell how many decks it had at this distance without knowing the size of the ships that were also too far to be identified. This is Captain Zeniala. Sorry, I'm no longer with the TAL. We haven't settled on the name of our client yet, so Xenial Air Halan will have to do, I guess. Your tag isn't registering. Do you have an explanation? Sort of. My mom wasn't exactly keen on letting us go, or anyone really. She's something of a controlling female, really annoying. She has all the ship locked through their tags, so only she can control who uses them and force them to return if she thinks they're not doing what she told them. What she told them. We had to pull it out before we could leave. Tom tapped the panel. We're being scanned. He tapped it again. We are going to have to see the tag before we can let you leave your ship. Do you have someone who can untangle the controller out of it? I do not want to have to buy a new tag. Sorry, you're going to have to deal with that yourself. We just need to confirm you have it. It's illegal not to have a tag, you know. All right, I'll have it on hand before stepping off the ship. And what is the name of your ship? Genial grinned. Just Billiam's Wisdom. Very well, Wisdom. You have Dock 9L right next to your kind. Right next to your own kind. Oh, who are they? I'm not recognizing any of the ship I can see. Sorry, Wisdom. Station policy is to not distribute ship names, but I'm sure they'll be happy to tell you if you ask. San Francisco out. They sent the dock schematic. Tom said, locating 9L, setting course. It'll be a little under 2 hours to reach it. Jimmy stepped away to let Zenial leave the cockpit and backed into a packmate. Yet Tirin hugged him. Breathe, she whispered, and he realized he'd been holding his breath. You are not pulling the tag, Thur warned. Untie your balls, Beta. Zenial smiled. I can help if you want. Thur glared. I have no intention of messing with the shuttle. He pulled a crate from storage. Then how are you going to show them our tag? He took something from the crate and lobbed the bundle of circuits and wires to the Beta. Oh, what is this? That, Beta, is a tag. What are you doing with this? Sir demanded. It's illegal for a civilian to have one. It's illegal for a civilian to have a functioning tag not incorporated within a ship he is a proper owner of. That thing is dead. Won't they expect it to be working? Jeremy asked, using the problem to keep his mind off the approaching situation. Maybe, maybe not. I don't care. It was working perfectly before we pulled it out. I'm sorry. Something we did in the process rendered it unusable. Not that they'll care. We are in a position of a tag that respects the written law, but not the smell of it, Thur said, which they already showed they don't care about. Are you sure you don't want my help with those knotted balls? That can't be pleasant. How likely do we think it is they'll know about me? Oh, yeah, okay. How likely is it they know about me? Jeremy asked before Thur's clearly angry response came. How easily do Earther tell one from another? Nitril asked. Jeremy shrugged. I've never really paid attention to those around me. Thur took a slow breath as he looked away from Xenial. What's the most likely description they have of you? From when I was on Einstein? So, not as lean or muscular as you are now. Your hair's longer. I might have something to dye it, Xenial said, but I never tested it on Earther hair. The texture's different. No. Xenial snapped, then took another breath, continuing in a calmer tone. We don't have the time to deal with it going wrong. How are we explaining my presence among you? We found you in a derelict ship when you were a baby, Xena replied with the casualness of something he'd said often, and adopted you. We never told you this, but we think of you as our mascot, the Earther who thinks he's a cat. Gelsarian, Jeremy corrected. Cat's derogatory. He frowned. Of course you know that, and there's no way they believe that. I don't care what they believe. If they ask, that is the only answer we are giving them. I know you probably won't be comfortable with it in front of them, but you can't react when one of us drapes themselves over you. You are exotic, and we love that about you. We won't do anything the Earthers will consider repugnant, but we will go to that line. That means it's just us females over him, Grisner said, grinning. No. If we're asked to perform, then it's just the females who does it. Who do it? Xeniel said, but the Earthers know we Kelsarians are all about touching, and we are going to touch him. I don't care if you think they'll let it happen, Jeremy said. They are not going to like it. And that's the point. We are Alan. We are the pirates Earthers like to turn into jokes in their ballads. We are going to play into that. Get them to look away until they don't see us anymore. That's dangerous, Thur said. I thought hunters lived for danger, Xenia replied. No, we died so others lived. This feels needlessly dangerous. Do you have another plan, oh master of special operations? No, the beta reluctantly stated. Then I think we're agreed my plan is the best one. Now, I wish I was going with you, Tom said, putting his hand over Jeremy's chest. I would love to show those Earthers how we treat you. Make them jealous of the love we give you. I don't think you could go that far, Jeremy stuttered, his face burning. Tom rubbed muzzle against his cheek. Maybe not out there, but we're not there yet. If you don't mind, Hunter Grisner, Yarimar Tural Toff, I will take your packmate to a bunk. What about piloting? Jeremy asked as Tom pulled him. I have more than 1 hour before I need to be there. Hey, don't hog him from all that time, Xeniel said. I am certain this beta will have to make sure he's in proper shape for the hunt. Oh, you have... oh, I have to keep your muzzle busy, Tro said, before you talk my beta into spacing you. The Earther male waiting for them when the hatch opened didn't look impressed. His gaze froze on Jeremy, but other than looking disgusted, he didn't comment. It might have something to do with how Skaram was nuzzling his neck, or Yermel held him. I was told to look your tag over, the male stated, and Xeniel handed him the mess. What the fuck is this? The ship's tag? The male looked it over. What's all that extra wiring? You'd have to ask my mother. But if you do, please don't tell her why you're asking. Definitely don't mention my name. She's not exactly happy with me at the moment, and she has a long memory. The author shoved the tag at Xenia. Whatever. Welcome to San Francisco. Any trade has to be logged with the station. You try to screw us over out of our cut, and you're going to find out how nasty we can be when we decide to be. We don't care what you trade so long as it isn't alive. Trading anything living needs to be cleared first, and we don't allow the selling or buying of anything that's deemed to be sentient. So I don't care what your people think of if something is or isn't. We decide. Any problem with that? Not one. What are the restrictions for moving about the station? The male's eyes narrowed. Why would you want to leave the docks? Never been on an Earther station before. I'd love to see how it's built. The male considered him. If a door doesn't open, you aren't allowed beyond it. Try to open it, and you and your crew are going to find out what we do for cells. My understanding is that you cats don't like tight spaces. Trust me, you don't want to end up in one of our cells. Understood. Do not force doors open. Do not force locked doors. You hear that, Thurixel Minial? Stay away from locked doors. Thuric glared at as the Earther walked away. Xeniel smiled. You heard the Earther. Welcome to the station. Let's go see what they have for us. And that concludes the redux of chapter 32 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this chapter, as well as the other books in the series, that is on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, I am going to start another chapter by confirming the microphone is turned on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the redux of chapter 33 of The Technician's Fight. Somehow, the docks felt smaller to Jeremy than his memory of the one on Einstein, even if they had to be similar. His opinion of what he considered normal sized had changed with his time on the Bane. Tros had her arm around his shoulder while Herm had one around his waist. He didn't know how he felt about it. Wouldn't it be safer if he played their equal? Wouldn't an Earther looking at them, seeing him as the two splitting take offense? He hoped not, because with only claws to fight with, he wasn't looking forward to a confrontation with this much space. Right, they're not armed. That comes into play in the next chapter. I'll have to adjust that. Well, not that I have them firing and all that, but I was writing the fight with thoughts of Actually, no, they are firing a couple of times. I definitely need to change that. Okay. Um, we'd only claws to fight with. He wasn't looking forward to a confrontation in this much open space. Beta, Signal said, I need you to not react to what's about to happen. Jimmy focused ahead. A group of 4 Calcarian. You know what? I don't need a group. 4 Calcarian in gray and brown pants and vest had noticed them and were moving away from the hatch to stand in their path. Other than the matching clothing, their heads were shaved in the same shaved in the same odd pattern. Looking more like skulls than heads. Friends of yours? Thur asked. They're friends to no one. The Halan clan of Garten is not one any of the Halan likes to deal with. So the head shaving's not an accident. Yatirin asked. No, they consider themselves the god's agent in space and trusted to bring death wherever they can. To take on Margarten doesn't bring death, Natril said. He escorts us to the forest. If you expect the Halan to properly honor the gods, Thur said, you will be disappointed. Ouch, Beta, Zeniel said. That hurts. I honor my namesake very properly. Not during this hunt, Quartermaster. I don't want to see you take any risk. No worries there. Now, behave as a proper second and let me do the talking. Greetings, he called, from Clan Laharan to Clan Garten. The 4 exchanged a look and ear flicks. A female stepped forward. Never heard of that clan among the Halan. Anyone going to miss you? Certainly not my mother, although she will take offense to someone kept her from making me pay for breaking off from the Tal. Your Tal? She asked, smirking. Never met one of those with such colorful tastes. She locked eyes on Jeremy. What's that doing there? Danielle looked over her shoulder. Oh, that's the bed warmer. We can't leave him unattended unless we want to clean up a mess. Takes some work, but so worth it for the sex. You ever had an earther? If Xeniel plan on offering Jeremy over them, plan on offering Jeremy to them. This wasn't going to end well. She nodded, didn't care for the taste. Well, it is an acquired. Nial's ear plastered back. Oh, I see. Her toothy grin wasn't pleasant. There's nothing like the flesh of my kind to appease the gods. Thur growled. Calm down, Thur, Zenial ordered, and the growl was turned on him and ignored. Don't pay my brother any attention. He's always felt a need to protect me, and Mother always made sure he couldn't. He's overcompensating. I'm sure there's no need for aggression between Alan, is there? You're sure you're Tal? I thought they loved to fight. We are breaking up for a reason. That and him are part of it. But as a show of deference and to make a formidable ally, what would you say to the location of my mother's ship, as well as the passphrase that will let you dock so you can bring honor to your clan's namesake? You'd hand over your clan to death? She asked in disbelief. Of course not. I'm doing that so you'll leave my clan alone. It's 9 of us versus a ship full of the Tal. She looked over her shoulder, and ear flicking happened. The code they used was meaningless to Jeremy. The smile she gave them on looking back was feral. I think Tutemon Gartin would enjoy visiting the Tal. Zenial gave coordinates, then a series of phrases, and the 4 went inside their ship. Zenial was the only one walking, like this had been a pleasant exchange. Thros handed Jeremy the scanner, and he set it for the radiation the overworked generators would still be emitting. 2 breaths later, Thur asked, Did you actually hand over your mother to Halan who eat Calcarians? I told them I told them where she'll be for the next year or so, with codes to board her ship. He asked in disbelief. If they can make it there within a month. I don't need the or so, and it's a repeat. If they can make it within a month, which they can't, by the time they get there, the codes will have been changed. So when they dock and exit the ship, they are going to be in for quite a surprise. Can't she think it be someone from your clan who was away and didn't know? Mother is very much a pound you into the ground and then decide if it was deserved kind of female. I can see why you laughed, Scaram said. Oh, it would have taken more to get me to leave. Exasperating her was just too much fun. She smirked. Then how you ended up then how you ended up on our ship must be an interesting story. He grinned at her over his shoulder. It is, but I only share it after a full shift in my bed. Then make space for me once the hunt is done. I will. Anyone on Jeremy's pack is welcome in my bed. He smiled at her. Everyone. Your namesake isn't going to protect you if you don't focus on what we are here for, Quartermaster. Hunter Jeremy, anything? Not yet. Then we keep going. Well, not busy. The docks felt more alive than when he'd walked on those on Einstein. At least there were people here. A lot of Earthers, as expected, but Kersetorons, Shimbarian, Dromians, large number of Tahornian, and Eliosefs. The wall opposite the hatches and cargo bays had stores among them, most unused, but those that were occupied were run by various people as walked the docks. There was something odd about so many non-Earthers on an Earther station. That had never happened on Einstein, and from the commander's attitude while the Bane was docked there, he never wanted it to happen. Reason for it. He'd never thought about Earth as isolationist, but now, looking back on how little the other species were acknowledged outside of movies, where they were never shown in complementary ways, he'd been left with a sense they didn't want to have anything to do with the Federation. So, seeing so many others here and Earthers walking among them without staring or keeping their distance was a reminder that Earth wasn't a monolithic society. Just like him, some didn't mind different people. He glanced at the scanner. I have something. Somewhere ahead, strength is increasing. On this level or below? Thur asked. They'd gone down 4 levels at this point. Too early to tell. If it's below, the strength will go down quickly. To birth further, definitely on this level. I estimate 3 births before it starts dropping again. It was 4. That looks to sell food, Grisnir said, nodding toward a store. It'll let us watch the hatch. It's open, so they're probably coming or going. Life signs? Thor asked, and Jeremy changed the settings. 3, midpoint, close to enough. Too close enough, I'm betting they're in the same bed. The other one in a different cabin. He attached it to his belt as they walked away. Why'd he open the hatch? Yamilk asked, looking at Jeremy. No idea. I wouldn't leave it open on at a black station. One run by their species, Xeniel said. They could believe they have preferential treatment when it comes to their security. That seems like a risk, Skaram said. Didn't say they were smart about it, but people who think they're better than others, like the Cartin, for example, easily fool themselves into thinking everyone accepts their specialness and will bend to it. What are we eating? Are we actually eating? Yamilk asked. I'm getting hungry. Thur raised his bracelet to the Ryosef on the other side of the glass. You take Federation Fund? Big choice. They replied, motioning to the screen on the side listing dishes, which, after a few swipes, proved to be only earther. I have no idea what any of those are, Yamil said, sounding defeated. Do you all trust me? Jimmy asked, seeing selections that would be acceptable. I've eaten the food you've prepared, Thurek said, sounding uncertain. So, yes? The beta agreed. Jimmy said, tapping the selections. Thur swiped this bracelet and the food printed. Then the Riosef passed them out to them. Spare ribs, Jeremy said, indicating the plate. Chicken balls with prune sauce, deviled eggs with pepper sauce, ravioli Alfredo, mini tortilla with ketchup, crab souffle with something called tapas. I can't say I know that one other than crab. That's a crustacean we farm in the ocean. And sausage with bacon wrap. They're all meat-based, but some come already drenched in their sauce. Some are wrapped in paste. Oh, pasta or pastry, and we'll have vegetables mixed in. There is no hops in any of them. Isn't that what that beer drink is made of? Didn't you ask? Yes. Da, 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 da. But sometimes used, but it's also used in the occasional dish, like wine occasional, and beer have not these. They ate, which at times resulted in someone having to lick sauce off someone else's muzzle or chest, and which surprise Xenial, which Jeremy was the only one who didn't drip sauce unto himself. During that time, no one came or went from the hatch they watched. Where do you think they took their prisoners? Jimmy asked. Wherever the station has holding pens for them, Xenial replied. Okay, that need to be changed. Why would they hold them there? Josenier asked. The Earther made it clear they didn't allow trade in sentience. That just means the station wants more money, Thur said. Black Station are like the Halan. Give them enough money and they'll let you do anything you want. I feel I should take this personally, Xenial said. But you know you don't have to use money to get in my bed, right? I will welcome you in it with open arms, and you will be welcome. By the time you leave. Not even if you somehow get me to call you by your short name. What do we do about them? Jimmy asked, nodding to the hatch. They aren't why we're here, Hunter. This is a rescue. But when we leave the station, what's to keep them from chasing us? This isn't set to tell me if their ship has weapons. If I'm part of a pirate crew, Xeniel said, I make sure my ship is armed. It isn't like we can do anything about that, Thor said. I can make sure they can't take off. I mean, so long as we're right and they are Earthers. The scanner isn't precise enough to tell me that either. It did tell me where engineering is. How long will that take, and how quickly will they be able to undo it? Disabling will take less than 15 minutes. Standardization means I know exactly what to take out to disable their engine. I can even disable their printers in the process. They're going to have to scavenge the right boards from elsewhere on the ship to get that going so they can print the circuits I'll take out. How far from the three on the ship is engineering? Different side of the ship. If the crew returns while we're there, we will be at a serious disadvantage. What do you want to bet, Xenocell, that said that we can find out where the prisoners were taken while Jared does this thing? Quartermaster, this isn't... I heard you should never bet against... I should never bet against you, Skyrim said, then her ears folded back. Sorry, Beta. Yeah, Netril added pensively. Something about how your namesake whispers the odds in your favor? No, we are not. Thur's head snapped to the hatch, and Jimmy joined the others in looking. The Beta shook his head. I thought... He looked again. You said 15 minutes, Hunter? Max. Everyone remain on alert. We do not trust the quartermaster's namesake to carry us with this part of the hunt. Am I clear? Yes, Beta. We clean up and go. Zenial pulled Jeremy in front of him as they approached the hatch. Lead the way. And if we walk into an Earther, take advantage of the element of surprise. Jeremy glanced at the scanner to confirm the Earthers hadn't moved. I thought your namesake was on our side. And your heart made it clear I wouldn't like what happened if this didn't go well, so I'm certain my namesake won't be offended if I play it safer this time. And if he does, well, I'll ask for forgiveness later. They entered the ship without an alarm sounding, and the crampedness confirmed it was an Earther ship. Jeremy led them to engineering with the three still not moving. Well, that explained how they stayed out of our reach, Jeremy said, looking at the two reactors in the center of the room. Why push them to almost exploding if they have two? Thros asked. Pushed one, Jeremy replied, looking over the scanner. My guess is that they aren't quite powerful enough to outrun the Bane. They had to push that one until it redlined and kept that one in the safe zone to ensure they had power to keep accelerating. They're that weak? Thur asked. Jeremy shrugged. Must be. I don't know these designs. He handed the scanner to Scaram. Keep watch while I work. He opened the tool locker and took what he needed to open panels. And you know what? I think then take out circuit that would prevent the engines from engaging, as well as cutting power to the ship's printers. He cursed, opening the third panel. What's the problem? Thur asked as Jimmy took new tools. Someone did work in there, not someone trained. I'm going to have to follow the power path to find the right circuit. Time? Unchanged. I always give myself leeway when giving ETAs. Thur, I hate having a superior breathing down my neck while I work. Sorry. As Beta stepped away before Jeremy could say he hadn't meant him, and he had more important work. He traced the power, pulled one circuit, then another. You know what? I'm going to change a little detail. From the tool locker and took a pack with what he needed to, okay, yeah. Because I'm realizing that giving him a set of tools is going to make something simpler down the line. So might as well have him keep them. And, it is something he would actually do. He tries the power, pulled one circuit, then another, and the light flickered. He put that back in, cursing. What had they done in there? found where they'd connected environmental circuit for, they couldn't think why anyone would do that. Propulsion were the most likely circuits to burn. This one went and the ship became dark. I have motion, Scaram said. One person. Jeremy bypassed the environmental to the circuit for life support, then pulled the propulsion one out and moved on to the fourth panel. They are heading this way, Scaram whispered. Jer, keep working, Thor said. Progress? I'm in their file system. Not long anymore. Jeremy glanced over his shoulder, more at his betas' use of all their short name, instead of referring to them as hunters, then focused on his work. Urim was at one of the input console typing. Urim was typing at one of the input consoles. Natrel on one side of the door, Scaram on the other. Subdue the Earthers, then restrain the rest of us out of sight. Jeremy was at the fifth panel when the Earther exclaimed, "Who the fuck?" The rest devolved into cursing as fighting happened. It ended as Jeremy pocketed the three circuit. The male was on the floor, Grizzly's on his back, Natrel against the wall, his muzzle bloody. He opened the last panel. I have them. Urim said, Deck 5, Section 9. That's spinward, 6 sections. That resolves an issue I had in the next chapter. The map is the station map is transferred to my tablet. And propulsion is down, Jerry said, closing the panel. Hunter, don't bother, we need to go. It's best if I don't tell them what I worked in, he replied, and I still have 3 minutes, Beta. The last panel was secured with less than a minute to go. He joined the others, as promised, under 15 minutes. The Earther was restrained and unconscious. We're leaving him here? He's going to be out for almost a day, Scaram said. I made sure of it. And no matter where we hide him, Thor said, once the crew returns, which is probably soon, they'll find him. Now we leave. And that concludes the redux of chapter 33 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story and the other books in the series, they are on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Lapin, 33 words of editing. The Artistocracy Chronicles. Congratulations, James. This 18th gives me 12th. Alrighty. That's done. You're doing pseudocode, James. Good luck. Alrighty, and I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the transit episode of the Oars for the Harker Academy. Everyone back in, and I can call dropping his trash in the can. Unlike Aiden, I am not waiting around. If you aren't in the van when I start driving, you are walking the rest of the way. The others shoved one another with threats of telling their fathers mix in. By the time Anakin was behind the wheel, they were almost all in. He looked over the guy leaning against his car, wishing they had more time. He had looked some of them over, so he was at least by. And looking like that, a long shower would be worth it. You know, Aaron said from the passenger seat, we don't have to get on the road right now. There's a motel. We can take a room and invite him. Anakin started the minivan. Everyone wanting to go at him would scare him off. As much as I love this bunch, I prefer enjoying my sex one-on-one before I share. There's no one. He drove out of the lot and onto the highway. The sliding door opened, wind poured in, and then Adam sat and closed it. Thanks for waiting. Anakin started. You're the one person I shouldn't have to wait on. What happened? Needed to jerk off? Fuck you. Not while I'm driving. Aaron, take not my turn, his brother said, not looking up from his phone. Asshole, Adam muttered. Whatever, Aaron replied. Adam! Aaron grabbed the air, his brother already out of the minivan and vanishing ahead as soon as his foot touched the asphalt. He grabbed the door and slid it shut. One of these days, Albert said, he's going to miss a step and end up crushed under a wheel. Aiden, behind them, snorted. That's the day you draw an ugly picture, Al. At least he has clothes on, Aaron muttered. The door slid open, and his brother shoved Aaron closer to the center. Why'd you close the door? He placed the bag at his feet, looking through it. Tell me you paid for that. Adam rolled his eyes. I left 100 on the counter. He looked up. That's enough, right? How far is that stop? Anakin asked, looking at the dash. We're getting due fork for a charge and a change of driver. How should I know? Adam said, putting a sandwich in his mouth. 26.3 miles, Arthur said, checking his phone. Put a tracker in your watch when I fixed it. Afraid going to run off? Adam said as he chewed and looked in the back. He cursed, and the door was open again, wind filling the car, the van. There's never a doubt you will run off, Arthur muttered. Before Aaron was done debating if he should close the door, Adam was back on his seat, 2 6-packs of juice at his feet. Left them on the counter. He had handed one to Aaron. He read the ingredients and had to swallow bile. You can't drink this? It's full of chemicals. You're full of chemicals, Adam replied, downing one, then another. I mean it. I can't even read half this stuff. I'd love to see you read sodium hexameth, hexameth phosphate, Arthur muttered, even though you ingest it daily. Oh, what is it? Aaron asked, searching for something that looked like that in the list of ingredient. Sodium was there, but nothing with X anything else. Is it bad for our health? It's a preservative. Anytime you eat meat, you're eating some. Alex snorted. Tell me that isn't in cum. Arthur shrugged. Could be. I haven't read how it's processed in the body, or if it even is. Aaron needs to stop freaking anytime he can't read a chemical compound. Just because he isn't chemically literate doesn't make them all product of evil, health-destroying corporations. Look, I'm just being careful about what I put in my body. Why? Arthur asked in complete disbelief. And he'll repair whatever damage the bad food you eat does to you. Aaron ignored the statement. Taking care of his body wasn't something he wanted to relegate to a healer, even his brother. He handed the bottle back to Adam. Tell me there's something healthy in there. You want something you're going to like? You go run ahead and get it. Not getting out of the car while it's moving for you, Aaron. Anakin ordered. You step out and I am not turning around to pick up your mangled body. You can deal with being broken until the ambulance gets you to Pittsburgh. Alex turned around and leaned and reached into the bag. Nah, Adam will go out and bring him back before he's got more than a broken foot. He pulled a bag of chips and grinned at Aaron, who shuddered in disgust as he opened it. Nope, Adam said. Muscle Boy can break himself. He can deal with it himself. Aaron crossed his arm. I'm not going to step out while the car's moving. He glared at his brother. I'm not you. No one is. Aaron's stomach protested. Tell me there's jerky in there. Adam looked at him into horror. But all that salt! Just give it to me, Adam. Adam stayed still as he could. Even ramping his speed down to as close to real time as he could, sitting there not doing anything was tortured. He tapped his foot, and Aiden looked over the bench's back. His brothers tried to be patient with him. He knew that, but they didn't get what it was like to be him. No one did. For them, when he said the world moved painfully slow, it meant he should read something on his phone to pass the time or think of something to distract himself. He even explained that the best he could do was to bring his speed down to roughly 4 times faster than theirs didn't mean anything. Art had the exact number, but Adam didn't care. Fractions meant nothing to him when he could stretch 1 into an eternity. His brothers had no concept of what that meant, how exhausting it was to keep himself at that speed. When his speed kicked in, it nearly sent him to the madhouse. The world had stopped, as far as he was concerned. Decades had passed for him, with only statues for companies before his fathers reached him, made their way into his mind and adjusted things so the world started up again. It wasn't perfect. His power wanted the world to stop, wanted him to be the only thing moving in it. His fathers had given him the ability to slow himself down, but it took a conscious effort on his part so he could interact with his family, and that meant his brother's speech were drawn out instead of a non-existent hum in the back of reality. He opened the door and was outside. The world adjusted so that when his foot touched the road, the minivan no longer moved. He didn't feel the wind that 70 miles an hour caused. It, too, was frozen. Then the minivan was miles behind him. His power did something to his mind that kept the 23 miles, according to the sign, to Las Cruces from feeling like more than an instant, with the exception being when the coyote ran across the highway. It ramped ramped it up. It ran his cognition up, so he could run around it, and he kept it up so he could admire the animal, the way it was low to the ground, sleek like a racing car. He relaxed his control over it, and he was in Las Cruces. His fathers theorized that his power came with a form of low-level precognition, that it was the only way he could adjust his speed so he didn't collide with okay, there's no comma here. Speed so he wouldn't collide with object at velocity high enough the impact might be nuclear. He didn't care. It worked. He visited the city. Was it a city or a town? He found a library, then a volume that contained how towns, villages, and cities were defined, then had to run around until he saw a sign with a population. Las Cruces was a city. Who knew? He stopped 3 robberies, leaving the guns on a desk in the closest police station and the perps without clothing. That would give them a day or two in a cell to think over their actions. He ate 3 roasted chicken and paid for them. Resisting groping that hot guy took a lot of willpower. He settled for leaving his number on his phone, then returned to the minivan. He turned around, stopped by a farmer's market for fruit and bread and 2 whole roasted chicken, then returned to the minivan. There was 1 chicken left when he sat and handed that to Aaron. He slowed himself as much as he could and had to speak slowly to be understood. There, that's healthy. Stop bitching. Aaron reached for him. Adam sighed internally. He hated this part. He could be out of the minivan before his brother's arm was around his shoulder. He could wait at the charge station, text Art from there. Then he could visit the state and be back before they were done with the charging, or had started if he didn't time it well. He could avoid all this, but it meant so much to his brother to express his gratitude like this that Adam couldn't get himself to leave. He kept himself as slow as possible to keep this from stretching into eternity. He endured the arm slowly closing around his shoulder and pulling him in, his brother ruffling his hair. "You are the best brother ever," Aaron said, and let him go. Second, from his brother's point of view, far too long from Adam's. But he couldn't take that away from his brother. "That isn't what you said when I painted your bike," Albert said, flipping the card out of the deck. "And when I have another bicycle for you to paint, you'll be the best brother ever again," Aaron said. The Jack of Hearts' right side looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and motioned in Aaron's direction, mouthing, "Can you believe that guy?" He put the card back in the deck. Aaron threw an apple over his shoulder in Albert's direction, but it was caught on the point of a knife before Albert had to decide between dropping the deck of cards or having it hit him. "That's new," he commented as Alex leaned back on the bench. "When did you pick up a knife? When did you pick up the knife?" You know what? No, a knife. 3 stops ago. Realized Pennsylvania isn't going to issue me a permit for my guns. Albert looked over his shoulder in shock. "You left them at home?" His brother snorted. "They're in the trunk. I had already packed them. No permit just means I won't be able to buy new ones, but pulling one out if something happens is going to be a hassle with the cops. So having knives will help. If they aren't enough, I'll have the pea shooter Art made that holster for." "The case too," Arthur said. "I'm going to have to stay at the house. There's no point in carrying that around when I can never take the rifle out." And I can look at them in the rearview mirror. What about for your classes? Without your guns, you're basically powerless." Alex shrugged. "Who knows what they'll do? You have to remember, it's not me they want, it's you and Art. And badly at that," Aiden said. "If that old man decided to take the rest of us, you guys remember how dead set he was on just those 2? The diamonds on the 8 of diamond performed a dance as Albert nodded. "They better give all of you a real chance," Arthur said, "if they want me to stick around." "I thought you said you wanted to be there," Aaron said. "You know, that we can't get that kind of training elsewhere speech you gave the dads." "Emphasis on we," his brother replied. "In the end, the old man needs me there more than I need to be there. If they kick one of you out, I'm gone." "Any?" "I don't care." I'm getting my schooling at the medical school in Pittsburgh. I have no interest in the hero stuff he's peddling. So, Alex said, what are the rest of us going to do if they kick someone out? Can we not already be thinking about getting kicked out? Aaron said. I'd like to give it a serious chance. Arthur glared at his brother. You just accused me of... Yeah, get that cock out of your ass if you aren't going to enjoy it. Aaron sighed. I know I'm not the strongest the guy out there, or even the toughest, and no one's going to be surprised when I'm cut for not measuring up. He looked at the window. But it'd be nice to have official status as a hero. That means graduation, Aiden commented. So no more half-assing it, Aaron. My ass never does anything by half, and you know it. Their media course looks decent, so once they flunk me, I'm fine with staying on the normal side of the school. I'm going with the art restoration courses as my major, my minor in anthropology. Albert chuckled as the Queens of Club making face at each other. Art through history and that kind of stuff. I'm going to take the police course, Alex said. For as long as they'll have me. No idea what the rules are about parahumans going to police school. Enroll in the forensics, Arthur said. They can't bitch about that because your powers don't have anything to do with science. Like they'll care, Alex said dismissively. One of those power detector pings on me and I'm out. Those are bullshit, their brother replied. It's impossible to detect powers. No machines or parahuman does it. The closest they have are telepath, but they'll have to catch you thinking about your power, and that's a he said scenario. We get Uncle Damien's lawyer on it, and no one can touch you. Like the government cares what lawyers say, Albert said as the ace of heart beat quickly. Not being able to prove something has never stopped them from doing something about it. Las Cruces is coming up, and he said, am I stopping at something with more than a charging station? I could use coffee, Alex said. Cappuccino, Aiden said. Best rated coffee shop is on Espina. Adam said, coffee's actually good. There's a charging station on the street, Arthur said. I'm sending the directions to the dash. Okay. Al, your turn to drive. Adam, the van's going to be charging in 30. Going to be charged in 30. You know the hotel we're stopping at for the night. Be there if you decide not to ride with us the rest of the way. Are you saying you're letting me run that as far as I want? Aiden winced at the shift in his brother's pitch. Adam always had trouble keeping his speed under control when excited. He doubted the others could tell, but his attunement... Why do you not like this? Oh. Attunement to sound made each alteration in pitch, which matched the shift in his brother's speed, jump out. No, Anakin replied. Only as far as the hotel, Alex snorted. Is that before or after Adam circles the world? It's before the sun's down, and I don't want to hear about Straker being seen in PA. They'd never see me. No matter how fast you move, Arthur said, you are caught on the cameras. All it takes is someone to compile them, and your naked ass will be visible for all to see. Can you guys keep it down? Aiden asked, rubbing his temple. The constant conversation was giving him a headache. Something landed on his lap. Sound mufflers, Arthur said. Art, my design. They're just going to be jealous, Adam said, sounding like he was pouting. Oh, yes. They'll be jealous of you locked in slow-mo for a few hours by our fathers. They wouldn't do that, Adam protested. They love us too much. Aiden was studying the earmuff, trying to determine if they'd be worthwhile, when Arthur said, then they'll put you in a chastity belt and watch you squirm, and we all know they're more than willing to do that. Aiden looked up in surprise and shock, the accompanying record scratch completely unintentional. The minivan swerved and Anakin glared at him in the rearview mirror. What's the big idea doing that while I'm driving? Sorry, I didn't mean to. He put on the earmuff. He wanted no part in the coming argument over who deserved to be put in a belt at the moment. Silence wrapped around him and he relaxed. He closed his eyes and worked on his composition. That concludes the transit episode for the oars. My initial plan was to have some sort of event happen. I kind of wanted that for everyone. Um, but I'm kind of I mean, one, this ended up being longer than I expected. In my head, this was a rewrite. Well, a rewrite and a bit of an expression, but in my head, when I was envisioning this, it was really, really short and it needed to be expanded. But this is nearly 3,000 words. So that and the fact that I can't really think of something to make happen. And, I do have a little bit happen with not Anakin, Adam stopping 3 robberies while he's in Las Cruces. Um, so unless I think of something to add, I'm going to consider this done. So if you're enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this, it's on Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. November 9th becomes the 16th. I'll be right back. Strongberg can be divided into 3 relatively easily. Oh, we'll see what happens. I mean, so Eric woke slowly to the wonderful smell of the lady he'd spent the night with. The sensation of the cushions under him, knitted sheet over him, and the sound of people moving about. Moving about outside the tent. He kept his eyes closed and let the normality of it all seep in. He smiled. He never got enough of normal. He turned on his side and patted the space next to him. He opened his eyes when his hand didn't touch his companion. He searched around the tent for her, but the only other person was her brother. The horse was buried under his own sheets on the other side of the tent, with only his feet poking out at one end and the tip of his muzzle at the other. The sunlight hitting the colorful canvas tinted everything inside. The patch of color that hit Eric made his skin look like he was sunburnt. He saw a shadow standing on the other side of the closed entrance. And recognized her silhouette. He admired her curves, her white hips, strong legs, and ample waist. When he stood, he didn't bother putting anything on. He'd been surprised with how free the children of the wind were with their body the first night he'd stayed here. But after a couple of weeks, he was as comfortable being nude as they were. Until bringing Pekin here, all he'd ever heard of them were stories told by his parents, and when they showed up in movies or on television shows, and none of that had cast them in flattering light. As far as he knew, his parents had never encountered them directly. But, ew, that's a... Alright, I'm gonna remove that. His parents had never encountered him directly, but as far as they were concerned, roamers were thieves and swindlers, roaming from city to city to liberate honest folks from their hard-earned money. Eric suspected they'd formed that view from movies and TV, since that was how they were portrayed there. He hadn't even known roamers wasn't what they called themselves. It was slang used by others, a name thrown at them as an insult, because all the roaming they had to do. The Lord of the Eternal Moon, it was his actual name, not a title as Eric had thought, although everyone in the camp called him simply Moon. Had corrected him. They were the children of the wind, going wherever the wind took them. Every one of the children had a name that sounded like a title or job description to Eric. The wonderful woman he joined on the other side of the entrance was called Listen to the Wind. He wrapped his arms around her and she leaned back against him. Her brother was Pulls the World, and he was muscular enough he might be able to do it. But everyone Eric had encountered simply called him Sleeps Around. Pulls did seem to enjoy sleeping with any man agreeable to it, and he certainly made the offer to every man he encountered. Pulls the World was how Eric had met Listen to the Wind. The horse had been the first in the group to introduce himself after the Lord of the Eternal Moon and his wife had greeted him and thanked him for rescuing Pekin. Pulls had given his name and immediately asked if Eric wanted to sleep with him. Eric had been put off by how forward he was and had stammered his decline, blushing as he managed to explain he didn't have sex with men. Instead of being offended, Pulls had grabbed his hand and pulled him along until they'd reached his tent. Laughter and amused gazes followed him the entire way. In the tent, Listens to the Wind sat with children before her. She spoke to them in a melodious language Eric had never heard before. Eric had been immediately enchanted by her voice, deeper than most women, but when she stood, he saw it match her stature perfectly. The children dispersed, laughing and chasing one another, and she looked at him. Smiling and being completely at ease with herself in colorful clothing that accentuated her curves. She spoke with her brother in that musical language, and Pulls the World had introduced her. She looked at him again with those light purple eyes, and Eric had found himself speechless. She'd laughed at something Pulls had said, clearly directed at him, but there hadn't been anything mocking in it. She sounded delighted. He'd spent most of these last 2 weeks in her company. He nuzzled the side of her neck. Come back to bed? He rubbed her stomach. She canted her head as if she was listening to someone, and her ear twitched, making the half-dozen hearing on it tinkle. Things are about to change. Eric made a non-comical sound. Does that mean we can't go back to bed? In his time here, Listen to the Wind seemed to spend most of her time giving advice. People would come to her, and they'd speak in their native language. Singa, she called it when he asked. She'd listen to them, canting her head as she'd just done, and answered their question. They didn't always leave happy, but they always thanked her. After one such meeting, Eric had asked if the language they'd spoken had been from her own country. Her face had clouded over, and she hadn't answered. He hadn't asked again, instead going online on the days he went into work. He'd been amazed at the amount of information available there. So much so that it made finding out anything specific difficult. What he was able to find claimed they had left their country after a regime change over a century ago to roam the world. He'd read enough military history to understand the change in regime was their country being conquered, and their leaving was them being forced out. What he couldn't find was which country it had been. She turned and licked his cheek. There is time. Eric smiled and guided her back to the cushion and snuggled against her as Pulls the World got up and stumbled out of bed, naked. Eric had grown so used to seeing men naked in this time here, he didn't even pay attention to him or his morning wood. The first morning, Eric had been so mortified to see Poles walk through the tent in such a state that listened to the wind had spent 5 minutes laughing at his expression. She'd made it up to him with tenderness. They weren't quiet in pleasuring each other, or quick. When they were done and basked in each other's glow, Poles the World was on his side of the tent, fully dressed. His clothing was as colorful as everyone else, a mix of things he'd acquired over his travels, Eric expected. But on him, it looked a little more utilitarian, less flowing and tighter to his body. Poles listened to the wind said without looking at him, "You need to tell Moon to recall everyone who's about the city." The horse nodded as he put a knife to his belt. "How long do we have?" She became pensive. "It's going to start soon, but if word is sent now, everyone will be back in time." Her brother made a face. "I like this place. The men aren't as uptight as some of the other places we've been." He grinned at Eric. "Even those who can't seem to realize what they're missing and telling me no." Eric gave him the finger, and both horses laughed. He'd found out early on that these two preferred honest reaction to polite ones. Poles the World laughed them, and Eric snuggled against listens to the wind. He came awake to the sound of a commotion and immediately recognized the undercurrent of violence in them. He grabbed his pants and hurried to put them on. "It's beginning," listens to the wind said. Eric glanced at her as he put his shirt on. "The wind is shifting," she said, as if that explained her previous statement. He was out of the tent, putting his jacket on, and headed for the sounds. It came from the edge of the camp, where a group of the children were standing in a line, and Eric noted that each of them was dressed in the more practical version of the bright clothing, just as Poles the World had been. He pushed his way through. A few said things that didn't sound flattering, but no one stopped him. They might not know him, but most would have heard of him by now, and they knew the Lord of the Eternal Moon had given his blessing for Eric to be there. The camp was located on an empty block at the edge of Glenmore Industrial Area, the Glenmore Industrial Area that abutted great oaks on the north side. The tents and vehicles were well away from the sidewalk and road, where police officers and city folks stood. Eric saw the problem. The police weren't keeping the people back, they were jeering with them, throwing insult at the children of the wind. Eric saw a jackal in a police uniform, one of the few officers not joining in the insult throwing, and who looked like he would try to hold the mob back if things escalated. "Officer Goth, what's going on here?" The jackal found him and raised an eyebrow. He stepped forward. "Mr. Clarkson, yet again I find you where trouble is occurring." He looked him over. "What's your relationship to the roamers? You don't look like one of them." The officer didn't sound pleased. "I've been visiting." The jackal frowned. "They aren't known for welcoming strangers." "Eric is no stranger," a deep voice said. The children closest to them, guards, Eric realized, parted to let the Lord of the Eternal Moon through. "He is a hero to me and mine, rescuer of my son." The king and his mother followed him. The jackal looked at the child. "That's the cat you rescued. Did you know he was a roamer?" "They call themselves children of the wind. You're insulting them when you call them roamers." "Mr. Clarkson, my job doesn't include cuddling people." "Does it include respecting them?" Eric asked an edge to his voice. "It's all right, Eric," the children's leader said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Outsiders will call us what they will. We know to ignore them. And you are? Officer Goth asked. I am the Lord of the Eternal Moon, leader of this band of travelers. In that case, Mr. Moon, are you aware you're trespassing on private property? The cat made a show of looking at the ground around them. I see no name written down, no walls to keep us from coming here, no posts proclaiming this land is owned. Maybe, but that doesn't mean it isn't. We've had reports of disturbance in the area. Yeah, another officer said, a human woman. You roamers are nothing but trouble. No one wants you around here. You're wrong, Eric said without thinking. I want them around. Then you go and join them. Nah, you're probably a troublemaker too. I should take you. That's enough, the jackal glared at the woman. We're here to maintain order, not start a riot. He looked at Eric and the Lord of the Eternal Moon. You still need to vacate the property. The owner called us and said you won't leave of your own accord. Eric looked at the feline. Has anyone told you to leave before now? The cat shook his head. The officer had to raise his voice over the jeers of liar. It doesn't matter. The owner wants you off his property. If you won't leave, we're going to have to force you. We will leave, the Lord of the Eternal Moon said. We would have laughed had the proprietor informed us we were not welcome. He looked at the guards next to him, both humans. Go spread the word. We are leaving. The words fanned the mob's fire. The jeers became verbal jabs. Eric tensed along with the guards. He didn't want to fight, but he was ready to defend these people. When the mob took a step forward, Officer Goth turned to face them. Enough! The shock of having one of their own oppose them sent a ripple through the mob. This is being handled by the police. Go home. No one moved. Goth looked at the woman who wanted to arrest Eric. I want this crowd dispersed. Any officer who joins them is going to be reported to the captain. Whoever this captain was, the idea of being reported to him or her sent the woman to work. And quickly enough, the officers were pushing the crowd back. Do you go looking for trouble? Officer Goth asked Eric. These people aren't trouble. They're roamers, Mr. Clarkson. Everyone knows what kind of people they are. Eric ground his teeth. If you'd spent 5 minutes with them instead of going by what the movies say, you know that. The hand on his shoulder squeezed. You honor me by defending my people, Eric. But outsiders have no desires to know us. They prefer believing the lies the conquerors spread. He looked at the jackal. We will not cause trouble. We will leave, but it will take time to pack our belongings. You have until the end of the day. That's all I can give you. Anyone and anything that's left behind will be taken into custody. I'm sure you can find somewhere close by to settle. Bullshit. The officer looked at Eric. That's bullshit and you know it. What's around here that isn't owned by someone? Even the parks are owned by the city. No matter where they go, they're going to be kicked out. I can't control what other people allow, Mr. Clarkson. All I can do is enforce the law. It is fine, Eric. It was time for us to move on. Officer, I trust we will be allowed to pack in peace. I'll make sure no one bothers you. Thank you. The crowd, now on the other side of the street, was still jeering, but their words no longer reached them. Eric turned to the cat. This isn't fair. The Lord of the Eternal Moon smiled. Fairness is something we have learned to live without. We will be shunned until the conqueror is dethroned. You want me to do that for you? The words were out before Eric realized he'd said it, but he didn't regret them. He'd never expected to be willing to go back to war, but for these people, he could see himself doing it. Your offer warms my heart, but We will go home when the wind takes us there. When we do, the conqueror will be removed. Until then, we follow the wind. Now I must leave you and see to the packing. He turned, took his wife in hand, and took his wife's hand in his and left. The few guard that had remained followed them. Peking stayed with him. I'm going to miss you, the boy said. Me too. He ruffled the fur between his ears. Shouldn't you go help them pack? Peking smiled. I'm 4.5 years old. No one expects me to do any of the work. You're enjoying that far too much. The boy grinned. I guess you'll have to come visit me the next time your family comes here. The child's face darkened. We're not coming back. Once a place turns us away, the wind never brings us back there. Doesn't that mean you'll eventually run out of places to go? Mom says that once we've gone everywhere, the wind will take us home. Eric turned to look at the children taking down their tents, wrapping their possession. They'd never come back. He hurried through the people. When he reached their tent, listens to the wind and pulls the world were taking it down. Folding the canvas, pulls the world nodded in Eric's direction, and she looked at him. She gave him a sad smile as she left her brother to continue packing. Eric, I could go with you. I don't have anything keeping me here. She placed a hand against his cheek, and he placed his over hers. He knew this wouldn't last, but she placed her other hand over his mouth. We are both going home. Only it isn't the same one. They aren't on the same path. They aren't on the same path. Your home is here. Mine is. She motioned all around. Peak said you won't come back. She nodded. It's true. The wind may guide other groups here, but not us. She eyed the small tuxedo cat. Well, maybe some of us. Eric looked at Peking, who gave him an innocent smile, a far too practiced one. He pressed his forehead against hers. I'll miss you. And I you. It's rare that an outsider touches me here. She placed a hand over her heart. I will cherish the memory. She kissed him. Peking made gagging sounds, and they broke apart, chuckling. Eric shook his head as he watched the boy walk away. There's something really odd about that boy. He's an old traveler in a child's body, she replied. Sometimes he seems older than all of us, and at other times, she motioned to the boy sauntering among the others, he's just a child. Eric nodded and held her for a little longer before letting her go and helping them pack. By mid-afternoon, all the tents and belongings were put in the vehicles lined up at the back of the lot, older cars and vans. A few old enough, he recognized them as models he'd worked on in the army. They all looked well-maintained and ran smoothly when they were started. Eric watched the line of vehicle the vehicle move, pulls the world and listens to the wind. We're in an old camper driven by an old human woman. The horse opened the door. Eric, you need to look up some of your old friends. Remember that. Eric wanted to ask what she meant by that, but she closed the door. I don't need the again. And all he could do was watch her camper disappear in the cloud of dust the vehicles plural, created. A few minutes later, it settled down, and other than the tracks in the dirt, there was no evidence they had ever been here. He turned to find Officer Goth standing on the sidewalk. They're gone, Eric said, unable to keep the bitterness out of his voice. The jackal nodded. I have nothing against them, you know. Eric snorted. Could have fooled me the way you kicked them out. There are laws, and I have to enforce them. Rope. the children of the wind aren't big on obeying them. They were just staying here, not hurting anyone. Did you know that while you were enjoying the company, we caught some of them in various acts of theft? So, there were over 150 of them. There's bound to be a few bad apples. We caught 8. But I have enough reports to work out that at least 40 of them were about every day. That's just my desk. They're not. Have you ever heard of the expression being roamed? Eric didn't say anything. Of course he'd heard it. It was what being swindled so thoroughly you didn't even realize that it happened was called. There's a reason it's named after them. I won't claim they're all like that, but I've dealt with enough cases involving them. I'm comfortable saying the majority of them are. Eric tried to remember if he'd seen any of that while he was with them. He'd walked among them, talked with those willing. He'd shared drinks with some of them, some of the men. He'd told stories of the war, but they'd never shared stories back. They'd all been so captivated by his stories, he hadn't noticed it then. He hadn't noticed it. Even Listens to the Wind hadn't talked about where she'd been, what she'd done. The few times he'd asked, she'd smile at him mischievously and pulled him into her tent. And any question he might have had fell away as quickly as his clothes. The realization hurt a little. Had he been roamed himself? He didn't want to believe that. He didn't want Officer Goff to be right. But how else could he explain he hadn't learned anything about them in 2 weeks among them? He'd enjoy their company, but if someone were to ask him anything about them, could he say where they'd come from? What they had done here? Who they'd paid for what they needed? Eric sighed. Don't feel too bad, the Jekyll said. Seems to me you had a good time here. That's the important thing. Was it? Was this good time meant to distract him? To stop him from noticing things? From asking the wrong question? Even by accident? He'd cared about them, about Listens to the Wind. She'd said she had, but had that been a lie? He looked at the tracks the vehicle had made. He'd never know, would he? I'm going to head home, Eric said, shoulders hunched. There's nothing left for me here. Stay out of trouble, Mr. Clarkson, the officer called after him. Tell trouble to stay out of my way. It isn't like I go looking for it. Look out. Look up. Look up your old friends, she said. What old friends? Wasn't like any of the people he'd known were still around, were they? you saying you're too low? Is that what you're saying? Okay, okay, so in doing that, I've disconnected. So let's try doing a reset. Central. So if it's 70 in Minneapolis, it's 5 a.m. in LA. You will be lurking when you go to lunch and playing Oblivion. Very cool. Enjoy. You need to get 15,000 gold to buy a house. Well, good luck. No, you don't. I would love for you, for one of you to actually stick around, because I am so damn curious if this works. Like, who is in such desperate need of validation that a stranger who's never been in his stream saying that makes them okay? Yeah, you know what? I'll contact this perfect stranger on Discord and see what happens. Like nah, he's gone. He's gone. He's never. They're gone. They're never gonna show up again. So, and the simple fact that they say, play together. Play what? It's not like I play games. And it's the same script as the previous ones. Like it's. And yeah, like I don't want to ban them because I actually want a chance. Like I want them to interact. Like I want them to answer my questions. But again, they won't. Like if that's anything more than a bot, I'll be surprised. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour, so I will see you then. And welcome back. This afternoon it is the daughter, chapter 5. It is a Tristan chapter. And that's going to be mostly Tristan and Emil. Hey James, how was lunch? Lunch was nice and relaxing. Did a bit of house cleaning, then sat in front of my computer and just took it easy. And what have you been up to while I was away? How was Oblivion? Did you get how did you get closer to your goal of buying a house? You got 6K out of the 15. A little more than a third of the way there. Congrats. I look healthy. Well, thank you very much. Check something. Checking. The fact that I can't talk to anyone there is not inspiring confidence. Again? Really? All right, let's confirm. Told you to add the bleeping thing to the dictionary. Hey, cool imp. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alive and in peace? Well, it's singular, so hopefully it's one piece. One piece, oh, that's good. What are you up to today? Come back from the office, chilling before you start to work again. Cool. You've got back. You got to be back in the office tomorrow. Right, you mentioned that you needed to be in the office twice this week. You were hoping to get home, play from WoW. They are doing a remix event for a while. Maintenance is still going on. Well, that sucks. What? Why the hell do you want that? Where are you? Hey, Hawk! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, Hawk. How are you doing today? You're doing all right. Very cool. How was the stream? You have to raid and run. All right. Well, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Alright, and with that, I am going to bring the stream to an end with a raid. And I'm going to raid very big button. You are welcome, James. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technician's Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.